Department folks to come on down. All right, we'll get this. We'll get the early meeting kicked off. All right. For those in our audience, those might be visiting with us online. It is Code Enforcement National Code Compliance Month. Code enforcement here locally. Absolutely. Give these guys a round of applause. Yeah, these fine folks do a lot for our city. They do a lot for our businesses. Sometimes homeowners and businesses don't understand really the help we're trying to give people along the way. But over the last several years, I can't remember how many years ago that code enforcement came in up under the fire department. But when you look at it, it makes sense. You guys are really part of our defense, if you will, for fires and fire-related and injuries and those types of things. And so it fits really, really well with our fire department. Most cities don't do that. We're very unique in that. But I'm going to read this proclamation so we can just recognize them, their efforts, and what they do on a daily basis the appropriate way. Whereas code enforcement officers provide the safety, health, and welfare of citizens living in communities throughout the United States, through the enforcement of building, zoning, housing, environmental, property maintenance, and other codes and ordinances. Whereas code enforcement officers often have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive the recognition for the job that they do in improving living and working conditions for residents and businesses of local communities. And whereas code enforcement officers often have a highly visible role in the communities they serve and are dedicated, high-quality professionals who prevent neighborhood deterioration, enhance and ensure safety, and preserve property values through knowledge and application of housing, zoning, food safety, and nuance codes and ordinances. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made to the code enforcement officers in Pearland and throughout our country, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service. Whereas the American Association of Code Enforcement wants to recognize and honor code enforcement officers and professionals across the United States and bring awareness to the importance of code enforcement to communities nationwide. It is important to celebrate and to recognize the participation and dedication of code enforcement officers who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of communities throughout the United States. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Cole, by the power vested in me, as the mayor of the city of Pearland, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as National Code Compliance Month, and just wish all of those that are here in chambers as well as anyone watching online, just join us in celebrating, giving recognition to these fine folks for the job that they do each and every day. And Rance has heard me say this plenty of times. It's more than just high weeds, folks. It's more than just high weeds. You know, you drive down, you think code enforcement when you see high weeds, but it's way more than that. And Rance, I'd like for you to just take a moment, tell a little bit about what these fine folks do, as well as the rest of the department.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. In code enforcement, as Mayor Cole mentioned, a lot of times it's thrown off as high grass and weeds police. But I think everybody here, at least, who's had interactions with code enforcement would know it's much more than that. He hit the tip of the iceberg with some of the items, whether it be the zoning codes, the health and nuisance abatement codes, dilapidated structures. Hopefully you're noticing less and less of over the years. And like I mentioned, the health inspections in our restaurants, schools, daycares, things that you take for granted possibly. The real goal of code enforcement is that we are unseen and behind the scenes. And if we're doing our job well, you're not witnessing a lot of the violations and issues around town. That's the landmark that we go against. So I appreciate everybody here and your time.
Thank you. Yeah, one day if we just don't know that you're there, we've achieved it. But unfortunately, we're not there quite yet. But we appreciate each one of you. So we want to do a picture here. Y'all come on in. We will call this city council regular meeting agenda for October 24th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. to order. With that, we will, if you'll join us, we're going to have Councilmember Cade and Councilmember Hernandez lead us in our invocation and our pledges. So if you'll stand with us, we'll get started.
Heavenly Father, be with our country during this election season. Please bless the candidates, the voters, and guide their decisions. Heavenly Father, I pray also that your goodness and love are present tonight. Please bless our meeting with unity and vision. I come to you tonight asking that you will build in us a deep respect, not only for you, but also for each other, so that we are better able to work together with unity to reveal and fulfill your vision for the good of our city. Please bless and keep our first responders safe. We ask all this in the precious name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge to the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Play ball.
Play ball. Play ball. And play ball we will do come Friday night. How's that? So, all right. With that, we'll move forward in our agenda. Roll call and certification of quorum. Madam Secretary, I will certify we have a quorum present. All members are present with the exception of Member Koza. Member Koza will be absent for the remainder of the evening. He's kind of busy. Kind of busy. They'll be cranking out hats right here from Pearland, Texas. So when you tune in to the baseball games and you see those hats on the field, those all came right here from Pearland, Texas. So we're proud to see all of that happen and go on. And one of our council members able to participate in that, so it's really good. And one other quick comment, it is election season, it is voting season. Early voting started today in all 3 counties in Pearland, and go in, get your sticker, post it, make sure you get your voice heard at the ballot box. So with that, we'll move forward for citizens' comments. We did receive a couple of citizens' comments, both of which are for specific items in our agenda. So we will call those out when we get to those specific agenda items. With that, we'll move to public hearing number 1. Martin and gang, if you'll take it away, read the purpose of it, and then move right into the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, we have a public hearing, which is a request by Sherian Pereira, applicant on behalf of Tech Pro Estates Limited Liability Corporation, owner, for approval of a zone change for approximately 15.8 acres of land from the Garden O'Day mixed-use district and single-family residential 1 district to single-family residential 3 district. This is property generally located at the northwest quadrant of O'Day and the New McCard Road. For the staff report, I'm going to turn it over to Mohammed. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Martin, and Mayor and members of the City Council. So this zone change number 23, as Martin mentioned, is a request for approval of zone change for approximately 15.8 acres of land from the Garden O'Day mixed-use district and single-family residential R1 to single-family residential R3 district. The staff has received 1 letter of opposition and also a letter from the neighboring church to the south. The slide on the screen is the zoning map, and it shows the property split between the Garden O'Day mixed-use district, which is basically the gray area, 2/3 to the west portion of the property, and the R1, which is the yellow area, 1/3. And next slide is the future land use plan. Again, it's also split between the low density and the Garden O'Day mixed use district. And the next slide is aerial map, and it shows the property is bounded by largely undeveloped areas from the north. There's a machine shop on the west side, a church, as mentioned. On the south side, it's St. Mary's Catholic Church, and a residential subdivision to the east that is across the street from O'Day Road. Next slide is kind of showing the current entitlement of the subject property. As you can see, the Garden O'Day mixed use district allows residential by right, lots of minimum size of 6,000 square feet. The western portion, that 1/3 is R1, basically allows residential for up to 8,800 square feet. I should say minimum of 8,800 square feet. The subdivision to the east side of O'Day Road is a subdivision that was also built under the Garden O'Day mixed use district and has a minimum lots of 6,000 square feet. Next slide is a view of that subject property from O'Day. As you can see, it's remains undeveloped property as of today. Next slide is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation. A hearing was conducted at their regular meeting on October 3rd, and the commission discussed the request and the lot sizes available in the Garden O'Day mixed-use district, as well as the R3, which is minimum of 6,000 square feet. And it found it was comparable to what's actually across the street from O'Day Road. The commission voted on the request, and the vote was approved by a vote of 6-1. And that's the staff report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mohammed, is the applicant present? You have a presentation? You're just here to answer questions if we have them. All right, sounds good. We'll get to you if we have any questions, all right? With that, we'll move to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. You can go to the podium, give me your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request? Okay.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joshi Varghese. I'm representing St. Mary's Catholic Church. We sent a letter, our pastor sent a letter, and we got some answer, but we like to clarify two things which we couldn't understand properly. So one is, since our church conduct a lot of programs during the year outside, like processions, feast, bazaar, things like that. So when there is a neighborhood coming with a lot of house owners, we want to make sure none of our church activities get, stopped during the middle of the activities from a complaint from the homeowners.
Right.
Number one. Number two, we request a city to instruct the builder to construct a noise reduction wall separating our property and builder's property. So that way we can make sure none of our church activities is affecting the homeowners. And third thing is, we request a city council to instruct the builder to inform the home buyers during the initial contract signing that there is a neighboring church, so that the homeowners will be aware of the fact there is a church nearby, so they know that ahead of time there is a church and there could be some kind of noise coming out of the church. Because sometimes we conduct night services, especially during Christmas. Sometimes most of the time it will finish by 10 o'clock, but we may serve dinner, things like that. People will be standing in the parking lot and talking, things like that. So we want to make sure all our church activities can continue as it is now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And on your questions, we'll get to those under council questions and opportunities so we can get those on the record, asked and answered. Seeing none, we will move it to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns. And I guess first and foremost, we'll go to both planning staff as well as legal department on what we can legally require them to do. Obviously, this is a straight zoning case, if I understand it, not a PD or anything like that. So, Martin, could you address the comments and the questions that we just heard?
Sure thing. I'll take a stab at a couple of those questions. On this is a standard zone change application. So this is, by right to the R3 district as requested. That district or the zone change itself does not have any conditions, and conditions cannot be attached to a simple zone change. I say simple, this isn't a planned development. So,
Straight zone change.
Straight zoning, correct. Additionally, there was conversation about the wall or fence in between the development. That would be by the applicant's choice on what type of fence or wall they want to construct against that adjacent property line. There is no requirement for this portion of property to develop a certain style of wall or fence when they're adjacent to the commercial property. If it were the commercial property coming in after the subdivision, then they would be required to meet certain buffer standards. The buffer standard for the residential property coming in after a non-residential property is developed is only to have a 10-foot landscape separation in between the property line that's adjacent and the first property line or the first rear property line for the resident.
So, Martin, real quick, follow-up question to that. If the church was to expand, not the building they have today, but let's say they added on or built a second building and expanded, would they be required to put in that buffering between them and the homes?
They would need to meet one of the triggers within Chapter 4 of expansion of property in order to have that buffer become required. Off the top of my head, that's a 15% building expansion or with a minimum 500 square feet, and then, or I should say, not and, a 5,000 square foot addition of paved surface.
Okay. All right, so I'll open it up for questions, comments, concerns from council. All right. Oh, yeah. Member Camcar?
Yes, sir. So if the building on the church expands, then there's an issue with buffering. Is that explanation towards the tail end, is that essentially
The conversation about buffering becomes something that needs
becomes
to be
active?
addressed. Yeah.
And so if nothing else happens, when we disapprove the zone change, there's no wall, there's no other items can be compulsed?
Correct, because it's straight zoning.
I think, sounds like the church is out there and is active, but half of, I think, city government is just anticipating a problem and seeing where it's going to be. If the group said we would contribute a portion of those dollars, I don't think the request is unreasonable, but I don't know that it's fair to put that on the landowner. They haven't brought an application for anything. They just want a zone change, and nothing compulses them now. So I would throw this to the group who represents the church to say we would love to participate in a cost share, because the reality is homeowners do get upset. They do make calls. Things get ornery. If this church is successful and they grow in the next 5 or 10 years, you are going to deal with this issue again. So I would put it on the people saying that they would like a wall to raise their hand at some point in this discussion, say we would be open to looking at a cost share, because I think that is probably the most equitable thing. But those houses are going to go up. There's no doubt. Housing is under. We just don't have enough here in the region. We don't have enough in Pearland. So you will have neighbors calling, and there will be interaction. So that would be my thing. But I really think it's incumbent on the church to put out the olive branch a little bit. 'Cause, I mean, it costs money. The wall would cost money, whether it be the church side or the residents or the users. So that would be my general thoughts, so to speak.
Okay. Any other? Member Owens?
Yeah, do we have anybody here from ProTech? Nobody?
Tech Pro Estates, the actual request is by Shiran Pereira. So the actual applicant is here.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to find out, because you're asking to go from an R1, which is a pretty good sized residential lot, down to R3, which you'll get, 2 to 3 houses on R3 that would normally go on a R1 residential.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor and the City Council, thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Shiran Pereira from MS2R Engineering. Just a brief explanation about the zone change application. The application is to request zone changing from Garden OD mixed use and R3 zoning to, R1 zoning to R3 zoning, which comes into one single zoning for whole property. So right now, Garden OD mixed use as well, allowing for residential with 6,000 minimum square foot lots in each. So the backside of the property is R1, which allows with minimum of 8,800 square foot in each lot. So we are requesting for one single zoning, which is similar to R3 for whole property. So I appreciate if you could approve this application.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, they're looking for, part of it is in garden O'Day mixed use, and then the backside is in R1.
Okay.
Just trying to make it all R3. So part of the property, I think 1/3 of the property is currently R1.
Yes.
So even without us, you could do R1 today. Obviously, you'd have to get into it and access and all those good things. But one quick question: will you be coming back at a future date to put this into a MUD?
I don't think so, because as I know, we still have the city utilities. Therefore, we will not go for a MUD. That's our plan right now.
All right. Sure, you can. With zoning, it doesn't matter the product. You're zoning the dirt. So they'll have to live by our codes and the market and all those kind of things for their actual product. Yeah. And in fact, there's lots of questions on the site plan, but site plan doesn't mean anything when we're zoning the dirt. So they'll have to come in and comply with our requirements, UDC, all those kind of things, moving in the future. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn this public hearing number 1. We'll go to new business number 1. Member Owens, I'm going to ask you to put that on the table if you would.
Okay. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-238. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report and questions, comments from council. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Mayor Pro Tem Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camgar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. With that, we will move to public hearing number 2. Martin, Mohammed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a public hearing, a request by Alan Mueller, applicant, on behalf of Alimas Properties Ltd. and TLR Investments LLC, owners, for approval of a zone change for approximately 16.18 acres of land from Business Park 288 District to Planned Development District. This property is generally located on the east side of Smith Ranch Road, south of Smith Ranch 1 Road, and north of Hickory Slough. Once again, I'll let Mohammed present the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. You may recall this initial proposal when it came for a public workshop in the summer, and the applicant received some feedback from the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so on this proposed zone change from Business Park 288 to planned development, we have received a few phone calls and emails. Initially, there were some concerns by adjacent property owners, but then when they knew about the project, when had some communication with the applicant, these issues and concerns kind of subsided, and some of them were expressed support actually for the project eventually. Again, the applicant intended was to rezone the property to planned development to accommodate a proposed multifamily development with a base zoning district of multifamily, or MF district, in conjunction with an office and retail component with the base zoning of also a business park district. As you can see on the slide here, this is the zoning map. Shows the property located within the BP or business park district. Next slide is the future land use plan, and it shows the property designated for 288 Gateway, which is intended to allow for high quality office and medical campuses, as well as complementary retail centers with vertically integrated residential uses. The next slide is aerial map, and it shows the property currently undeveloped with a lot of vegetation. It is also surrounded by undeveloped properties from the north, from the west from the south, and there's some sporadic residential homes and agricultural uses on the east side of the property. Next slide is a view of that property from across the street of Smith Ranch Road. And next slide, Martin. Again, this is the proposed PD or PD design plan. In a sense, it's divided into two zoning districts. The orange area, the large orange area, is the multifamily development with the base zoning for multifamily district, and the pink area is the BP2 Business Park District, which will be for future commercial and office development. The darker area on the bottom area, that is designated for detention. Again, the multifamily is slated to accommodate approximately 330 multifamily units, and the commercial side for approximately for up to 24,000 square feet of commercial office development. The multifamily wraps around a garage. There will be also some surface parking and garage spaces there as well. Again, I said the multifamily for 330, that's the maximum. Next slide. This is a landscape plan, and again, it reflects some landscaping that will be incorporated into the courtyard area of the building, as well as some perimeter landscaping. Next slide. This is the fencing plan, and you can see that they're proposing to add a ornamental metal fence that will be surrounding the property from the south side, as well as separating the commercial from the residential. It's actually denoted with the blue line, so that's the ornamental fence, and it's also going to be on the south side of the future extension of Wooten Road. I should state that that roadway now is called Smith Ranch Road 2. So I just want to make some distinctions. Smith Ranch Road is the one that goes from north to south. Smith Ranch Road 2 is the one that separates the two sections of this development, which will be the future expansion of Wooten Road. There's also another one that's called Smith Ranch Road 1, to make it more confusing, that will be on the north side of the property. And again, going back to the fences, they're proposing a wood fence, which will be the red, denoted with red color, that's going to be on the east side and the north side. And the remaining portion of the detention pond will be surrounded by a chain link fence. Next slide. These are the renderings of what the project will look like. On the left side will be renderings for what the multifamily will look like. It's a 4-story building with mixture of building materials. And on the right side is renderings for the future commercial office development. Next slide. These are deviations that are requested from the base zoning districts, include deviations from density and height, building height, and from parking and open space. So just briefly going through some of those. The residential density, the deviation is from 16 units per acre to approximately 36 units per acre. Building height going from 35, current multifamily allows for 35 high building. The proposed is going to be 60 to accommodate the 4-story building. Parking will go from a parking ratio that has a combination of ratios actually based on the number of rooms in the unit. That would basically require them to have 672 park spaces. That's per current code. They're going with a slight small ratio of 1.6 spaces per unit. And the open space would go down from what would be 2.9 acres to 2.4 acres. Slight reduction on the open space. There are other deviations from other codes in the next slide as well regarding the location of detention pond, secondary entry from the future Wooden Road, and also from also for a private lift station. Next slide. So the Planning and Zoning Commission took this request at their regular meeting on October 3rd, and there were some discussions about a range of topics, including facade materials, detention, amenities, utilities, and the price points. There were some issues that were discussed. There were approximately 6 items that were discussed at the meeting that they wanted the applicant to go back and make some changes to them. And the applicant accepted those and made some changes to the request with regard to some of the things that we just go over, that we went over on the deviations. And after that, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted with a 4-1 vote to approve the request with the changes. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Martin, and he's going to wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, Mohammed. And just to clarify, it was a 4-0 vote by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay.
So the applicant worked with staff afterwards to address the 6 items that were bulleted out in the staff report. One thing to keep in mind with this project is that our current code for multifamily is designed to allow for a garden-style apartment complex to be built. The current code is not geared toward an urban-styled product, and this is very much something that is fitting for the BP 288 corridor. So of the 6 items that were discussed, I'll briefly go through a bullet list on them. One was confirming the unit mixture rate and proposing limits on the efficiency in single family or single bedroom unit types. The second was about upgrading the northern facade to match the 80% minimums that were proposed on two of the other sides of the facade, and that's more or less in keeping with the fact that we see this as a potential catalyst for Smith Ranch Road, and having other developments, have this development set the baseline for expectations in that area. The third was really and truly removing a misunderstanding in between the applicant and staff. There was a discussion point about having restaurants with drive-through food service. Drive-through food service is not allowed anywhere within BP 288. The comment and the thought process was in seeking a pharmacy that has a drive-through, so that they saw drive-through and just wanted to make sure that they had that right. Drive-through for a pharmacy is allowed within BP 288, so it's something that the applicant can continue to proceed towards. Next was about the screening around the detention pond that Mohammed highlighted in the presentation. The 5th item was about tightening up the amenities that were proposed within the PD language. And last was about the access points or the secondary access to allow for 2-car spacing in order to have people pull off of future Wooten Road. So with that said, staff worked well with the applicant and got these things addressed ahead of bringing it to council. With that, Mayor, we'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Martin. Staff, good report. We'll move to the applicant. I see the applicant here. Mr. Mueller, if you'll give us your name and address for the record and your presentation.
Excuse me. Yeah, if you could flip over, please. Alan Mueller, 1925 Pearland Parkway, Suite 150. Here tonight representing the property owners, Masood and Nick Motamedi, who are here, as well as John Coutrere with City Street Residential. So for the really tough questions, they'll be here available for that. Just a little bit of additional background. This is about 16 acres. You probably recall this back from the workshop that we had. It's really, a hole in the donut of the development. If you look all the way around this area, it's been developed, and it was really caused by poor access in the past. Smith Ranch Road is not a good road as it currently stands. This property was subdivided and re-subdivided over the years, and Mr. Motamedi has patiently assembled 18 parcels over the last 16 years to try to put these back together into something that can be reasonably developed. There's currently no water or sewer facilities available, and so those will need to be extended. So that's really kind of the challenges that we had when we started putting this together. A lot of this has been covered. I just think the couple of things I really want to highlight here is that the applicants have committed to building at minimum of 6,000 square feet of the commercial when they build the multifamily with that first phase to get that started. And we feel like this does fulfill a comprehensive plan, the current plan as well as the future plan. And as mentioned, we really feel like this can be a catalyst for growth in this area. Again, about maximum of 330 units are planned. You can see the split that's up there. These are conservative estimates, but we think the multifamily is about 57 million and the commercial in the neighborhood of 10 million when fully built out. And we think those are relatively conservative estimates. We have talked with the school district to make sure that they're tuned into this, but as you can see, a project like this has very few student age generation just based off of the typical resident that chooses to live in a facility like this. City Street Residential will be the multifamily developer. They've been around since year 2000, 22 properties. These are just a few that they've developed around the Houston area and also have worked in Austin as well. But I'm sure if you've checked them out, they're a very quality developer and a quality operator of their facilities. We felt like when we had the workshop back in June that we were pretty positively received, but just kind of wanted to run through tell you we did listen to the comments that were made, and so these are the changes that we made subsequent to the workshop, and then some of these have also been updated after the hearing. But that again, the masonry coverage, that now is 80% on the north, south, east, and west elevation, north, south, and west elevations, 50% on the east elevations. There were 6 uses that we had proposed to add that we've taken out of that proposed table, now 7 by removing the drive-through restaurant. There were some concerns about the detention pond since it is separate, and so we did add fencing to that entire boundary just to make sure that it was safely, to keep four-wheelers and things like that out of it. And then also, as was noted, along the future Wooten Road side, we added that would be ornamental iron. We added a specific list of amenities. There's about a dozen items that are listed in the document. Specified, again, that the developer is responsible for improving Wooten Road, future Wooten Road adjacent to the property, and they are responsible for extending the utilities to the site from where they currently terminate. As was noted, we wanted to leave the option to do a private lift station on this site because of the conflicts that currently exist out there. It can't be gravity fed all the way to the current location. Now, I know the city is starting to look at maybe a more regional solution, and if that's available, they're certainly happy to participate in that. But just because of the only 3 properties being served by this, we wanted to leave that option for a private lift station as to having to build a full-blown public lift station, which would really be overblown for just serving 3 properties. That secondary access, we'll go into that a little bit more, but we put into the PD that there's no keypad, it's resident-only access with their clicker or egress so that you're not going to have delivery trucks lining up there to try to get in with the keypad, and it's also available for emergency access. Wooten Road, where it curves and connects down to Broadway, there was some alignment work done to verify that could connect with this site plan. The owners were able to add an additional acre to the stormwater detention basin, which we think will make everything function better after the workshop. And then we added some additional exhibits to the PD to make it things more clear. This just reiterates those 6 items that Martin just ran through. We're just, again, putting maximum limits on the 1-bedroom and the studios. For cement panel discussions, we've provided, I believe it's in your packet as well, the windstorm reports that material is safe to use in this environment. Remove that drive-through restaurant, added the ornamental iron along the Wooten Road frontage, specified in the PD that those amenities are mandatory to take any ambiguity out of that. And then on the stacking space, we were able to move the gate and fence back to make sure we had room for 2 full cars there with 40-foot stacking. As was noted, the P&Z did vote 4-0 in favor of approval. We had 2 neighboring properties that spoke in favor and an additional one who sent a letter in favor. So again, just to summarize, we feel like we've got a highly amenitized, high-value urban density product, which we think fits the goals that the city is trying to achieve here. We've got some complementary commercial uses, which are going to fit in well with the multifamily, fulfills the comprehensive plan goals. Got an experienced developer and operator for this facility. We feel like we've addressed all the comments and appreciate all the work from staff and P&Z and council in looking at this, and would seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will move. We may have some questions here in a minute. With that, we'll move for those wishing to speak for or against. I guess before we do that, we can either address these now, or under the new business item. I'll go ahead and do this one now. We did have one person, Chris Mosley, that did send in a letter. I'm not going to read the entire letter, but bottom line is, I want it for the record, he sent a letter in support of this project. They have property in that corridor and are looking forward to this. Did attend the planning and zoning meeting and public hearing and spoke and saw what he needed to see. So wanted to put that in the record that he did send a letter in support. So I'll leave the other one for the actual new business item unless he wants to speak under, for or against here during the public hearing. So I'll just open it up to the public. Those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request can go to the podium, give your name and address for the record, and 3 minutes. Absolutely.
Thank you. My name's Carl Gehring, and we have a business just north of this project on Smith Ranch Road. And we've had a lot of discussions with the property owner and developers and everything, and we think it'd be a great benefit to the city of Pearland. It looks to us like this is not just an A quality product, but an A+ quality product. And the area has been undeveloped and kind of a blight, and just putting all these tracks together is a miracle in our eyes. And we'd hate to see it get sold off again in 18 different little parcels, but we're for the project. We think it'll help kickstart a lot of other projects in the area. So I just wanted to give it my support.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gehring, and that was the other one that we did have, so we appreciate that. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And then third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns. Seeing anything? Member Berry?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Motomedi, I want to thank you for having the foresight and the patience of putting this project together. I know it seems like it's been a long, arduous task, and there's been a lot of requirements from planning and zoning that you guys put together, and I think y'all done a great job with a great product. I'm in favor of the project, and there are other details that I think Alan addressed in his comments earlier that answered all my questions, so I'm in favor of this project.
I feel the same way. I think it looks great. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being so thorough as always, and Mr. Motometti, I appreciate your hard work as well. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Member Carbone?
I'm supportive of the project, and I assume that when we rewrite the UDC that we'll be adjusting the multifamily definitions to support more of this type product versus the garden style.
We will have that addressed when we go to committee for that.
Thank you.
Member Camcar?
Thank you, sir. Can we go to a couple of the deviations that were highlighted? The two that I pointed out was the open space. It looks like on the PD open space, the 2.9 versus the 2.4. Can I just get some more color on that?
Alan Mueller here. So yeah, again, in our view, the way the code is written, it's really written for more of a traditional garden style type apartment where you would have typically more outdoor activities. And so the way, this product is set up with it has the courtyards, which does have outdoor spaces, but they're more compact than you typically have in a garden style apartment, as well as they have a lot of internal spaces, club room, workout rooms, office, business center, those sorts of things. So there is internal space. It's also common area. And again, in our view, it's just a case where it's the code just doesn't really fit this type of development.
And can we go to the dry bottom deviation on the dry bottom detention pond? Can I just get some color on that?
Yeah, in the BP 288, it specifies that detention ponds are supposed to be integrated into the development as an amenity, like with a lake. But again, because of the way this property lays out with the main body north of Wooten Road, it made more sense to concentrate the uses there and allow the detention to be across the street. And so at this point, we don't anticipate that would be a wet bottom pond, that it would be a dry bottom pond.
Let's talk about that. Can we pull up the diagram that has the road, the Wooten Road? So, and then I'm going to go off road for a second, Alan. The commitment that is currently contemplated is they only have to pave to the entrance on Smith Ranch 2?
No, the full length from Smith Ranch to the eastern boundary.
They're gonna go from where that square is on the west side all the way. Go back to where that cursor was, right there. They're gonna pave all the way to there.
Yes. So if you recall at the workshop, the proposal was to stop at the entrance, and we listened to you, and we changed that proposal.
What? Get out of here! Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that.
So yeah, but
I wanted to double check that because I remember we talked about that.
It would be the full length. Now the UDC does say that when you're building a collector street like this, there's a cost share on the width of the road. So they have a responsibility for essentially 22 feet of the width of a 37-foot road, but they are building it from one end to the other. But that's not a deviation because that's written in the UDC.
That makes me feel so warm and fuzzy. I appreciate that.
That's my goal.
There you go. And then the items on the area for the detention piece. So you're going dry bottom there, but I think, and I wrote this note down because I appreciated our team. They talked about we want to make this a catalyst for like the rest of the area. And I see the vision when you pull back further to the map with the 288 Smith Ranch. Mm-hmm. The part that I struggle with, and there's a balancing act, and I get that, is a big hole in the ground next to like a multi-million-dollar looking property doesn't feel high-end. It just feels cheap. Right. And so I appreciate the architecture, I appreciate the masonry, but when I go to Katy or I go to parts of Fort Bend County, usually see a fountain or something to that effect that does that. And it just, I think you're advancing the ball on the architecture and the masonry side, but then you're going to have a hole in the ground like you would see in Beasley, Texas, or Pleak, Texas, or Needville, Texas, along a right-of-way. And if we want to make this a corridor that is a catalyst, which is what I'm hearing from the staff, those two things don't seem to jive.
I hear that, and I think the main corridor is certainly the front, the Smith Ranch side, the 288 side. And I think if you do look at the overall, I hate to say anything's kind of a back, because you never know, the back might become the front someday. I mean, you never know. But as things, lay out today, it is kind of towards the back. It's down towards the Hickory Slough. And again, just the way the property lays out with the road splitting it like that, it made sense to split it that way.
I hear you. I have a funny feeling the group that assembled this parcel isn't going to stop assembling. I have a funny feeling there's going to be a big hole in the middle of it. Just recklessly speculating here, but I have a funny feeling that's how it's going to go. So let me ask you a question on these corners on the left, on the westernmost boundary. Mm-hmm. Those are not being covered in this PD at this juncture, or that's not, the uses aren't being contemplated here?
The two commercial pieces?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, those are in the PD.
Okay.
And so they'll follow the BP 288 guidelines with the modifications that are in one of the tables in the we've voluntarily excluded several uses from B288, and then there's a few uses that normally would have been by conditional use permit that we've added.
Where's the private lift station plan to go if you decide to go that direction?
We don't know. It would yet to be sited, but it would be somewhere relatively central that could serve all three tracks. So I think Mr. Motometti wants to.
So let me go down that road before we have the applicant go here. You want the ability to do a private lift station, but you don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, because if you have to do a public lift station, it's a minimum 50 by 50 site, and possibly bigger. So it's a minimum 50 by 50, which obviously carves up, that's way overkill for something like this.
So let me ask a question. Who's that spec going to be? Is that under the guidance and the rules and the regs of the city if they were going to build a lift station?
Yes. So that's, again, that's a detail to be worked out, but yeah, we obviously have to get approval of the city engineer in order to build that private lift station. That's an EDCM criteria. There's also the criteria that all lots have to be served by a public sewer. So we know there are details to be worked out there. What we are hoping by putting it in the PD is that at least sets the policy statement in motion.
I would tell you, and I keep going back to what our team said, they want this to be a catalyst, and catalyst means more. I would ask, and I would think it would be prudent to ask that we have a set aside for an actual, what would be sized as a city lift station, because if this is a catalyst, there means there will be people after you. And if we give you a carve out to do a private one that doesn't necessarily fit that guideline, the city and the citizens will get to go foot the bill to go upsize or to find another site.
Yeah, I would imagine, and the staff can certainly talk better than I, but I know there has been they're starting to look at some more regional sanitary sewer options here. To get to the point of development, this is probably 12 to 18 months away from being able to break ground. So our goal is that during that period of time, if that other more regional solution advances, we're happy to be part of that solution and contribute to that. But as it stands now, this tract cannot be served by gravity because of the depth of the existing lift station, as well as other conflicts with the storm sewer that's out there now. But a private lift station is going to be relatively small, 10 by 10.
Well, it's a forethought, it's a foresight versus hindsight thing, and I understand where the applicant is coming. They want to take care of themselves and only, but I keep hearing we're going to make all these changes. We want to promote this corridor, and I think it would be prudent for us to ask for a dedication for that kind of an item.
Yeah, I understand. I don't think the analysis has been put forth to know exactly if there is going to be a regional lift station where this may or may not be the best place to put it. But again, that is yet to be determined in the details of the sanitary design.
Robert, on the dry bottom versus wet bottom, are we creating a gigantic impediment to go from dry to wet? In this particular site, where they're having to mitigate for what, 15 acres or 18 acres?
It's a total site of about 16, and there's about 3 acres, so around 13 acres of development, yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kamkar. In terms of detention and floodplain mitigation, there is no distinction between dry bottom versus wet bottom. So it's just a choice, and in both cases, it will drain to the front. There's a 10 by 10 box installed by BDD4, and BDD4's approval will be required to drain that flow to the BDD4 box.
But the wet bottom, from a city criteria point of view, isn't an issue?
No. And we have talked to the developer that when they do widen this future Woodland Road, the drainage from that should be accounted in that detention pond. So we will not be looking for a detention for the future widening of that, at least within that limit.
I don't know, Alan. I really think a wet bottom pond makes a ton of sense here. It's going to look cheap. I know the architecture isn't going to look it, but big $50 million piece of thing, and then there's your hole in the ground, and it's 2.5 acres.
Again, we have committed, the POA, is committed to maintaining. I think it's a give and take. You've got a whole, like any decision, what's on the ledger. So in our view, there's already a lot on the other side of the ledger before adding that additional.
You know what? Let's see if I got the votes. Let's see if I can even get this for a vote. So I'm gonna make a motion. Is this here? Or are we at a hearing or
Next one. We're still in the hearing. Yeah.
I think that's where I'm going to go. If the city staff is saying that they're not going to ding them for capacity or lack of freeboard, if we want this to really be a catalyst, and you're going to literally have a fence that's going to be open metallic, you don't want to have an open metallic fence for a 2.5 acre hole in the ground. That doesn't make intuitive sense. It would make a lot of sense if we really want this to be a catalyst, and we've already given certain variances in other places, to have an Otterbein turbine fountain. And go from there. I'm just telling you, I've been through this, know this. This is going to look better with that, and if they're not getting dinged for drainage capacity,
I guess the only other thing I'd say is, these are relatively small tracks the way it lays out. So by the time you have your maintenance berm and your slopes, the actual water at the bottom is probably a relatively small patch of water if you did that.
Water's prettier. I don't know what to tell you. So I'm going to make that motion. Just be prepared. It may go somewhere, it may go nowhere. But if we're going to go put a $50 million facility that looks like it could be in Houston, I don't see any 2.5 acre piles of dirt, hole in the ground in Houston. I just don't. So that'll be where I'm going to go with that. But I'll reserve that for that time. So thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
I guess just to get on the tail end of that, we're not putting a $50 million. It's the landowner that's putting $50 million of their money. So I give that some credence because they're going to have some units that overlook that.
Agreed. The one thing, and I appreciate that, Member Carbone, there's not really any park space here that's close by or walkable. We want this to be a catalyst. We want all these nice things to happen. But an Otterbein turbine is less than $100,000. And so to go make that a wet bottom pond, they're going to be buying city water. Let's finish the job. That would be my only point. But that is an artistic point of view that requires taste. I have no taste, but I can tell you this: if you go by all of those facilities that are said that the developer is doing, that's really high quality, there is literally no 3 acre hole in the ground next door. It's not.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you, Mayor. If it were to go to a wet bottom pond, would that change the fencing requirement at all, or would it?
That would not change the fencing requirements.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
What would the price difference be?
Price difference isn't a consideration for zoning. But I mean,
I thought
a fountain for something like that is an Otterbein turbine. You kind of see it in community lakes when you drive by. That is somewhere you can get them really. They shoot 50 feet up in the air, they shoot 20 feet up in the air, and they shoot 6. That is a 5-digit number. Depends. Now they might, for a site of that size, have 2 of them, maybe a front one and a back one, but that's usually the size of that. Now I agree with the mayor, just to support his claim. That's not what this is about for the zoning piece, but I would just tell you, when the staff has put so much effort to adjust all of their code for this, you don't want to leave it, 87% complete as opposed to the 100.
And just putting price tags on something is not consideration. If we want to make that, I mean, that can certainly be a part of the deal. But it's more than that. It's the space required to get the necessary depth to actually get a wet bottom pond versus anything else. You're not just going to do to the same depth. You're going to have to go deeper. So there is a cost more than just a fountain. There's a cost of excavation, a cost of offsite and all of that. So there's more to it than just simply, a fountain. The question is, and I heard, you don't see this with just a hole in the ground in Houston, because more than likely the dirt cost in Houston is triple digits. So you're going to have, internal drainage underneath, parking and everything else. So you're not even going to see the detention up in Houston because the dirt price is so much more expensive than what you have here. So the reason you don't see it there is because of dirt price. They're just not going to put a hole in the ground when it's $100 a square foot. It's just not. So, Alan, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, I was just going to add, so obviously with a dry bottom pond, the bottom of the pond up is where your detention volume is. And so if you wanted to make a wet bottom pond, the water level doesn't come up. You start at that level and then go down. And so if this was a typical pond that's probably 8 or 10 feet from the surface down to the bottom of the pond, then that's where the water level would start at about that point and then go down. So to make it a wet bottom pond, you'd have to do additional dirt excavation to make the pond deeper. If that dirt could not be used on site, it would have to be hauled off site. I don't know the volumes offhand. But again, my main concern with a pond that's this small is that by the time you have the 20 or 30 foot maintenance berm and then 4-to-1 slopes that get you down to 8 to 10 feet below ground, the surface area of the bottom of the pond is very small. So you don't really get the effect that you're talking about. So, the lakes in Shadow Creek, for example, are 10, 20, 30, 40 acres, and so you get that lake effect. This is basically 2 acres and 1 acre. And so you're not going to get that same visual effect of a lake.
Right. Okay. And sounds like we'll have an amendment put on the table. We'll discuss it when we get to the next item. Any last comments, questions? Seeing none, we will adjourn this docketed public hearing number 2 and move to new business item number 2. Member Berry, would you place that on the table, please?
Consideration and possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-239, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we've had discussion by staff and questions, comments from council. Do we have a motion? Excuse me, an amending motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, can we pull up the deviations, not the deviations, the changes, detention. I'd like to make a motion to amend the detention and amenitization and location provision in the PD to reflect that it will have a wet bottom basin. So moved. Or not so moved.
So you're moving detention amenitization location to include
the wording.
The UDC requirements of a detention pond incorporated as a lake or a pond.
Right.
Okay. Motion to amend on the table. Do we hear a second?
I'll second that just to get it on the table.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions or comments on the motion to amend?
Mayor, if I might just get a point here. So we're talking about 3 acres between State Highway 288 and current Smith Ranch Road, a 3-acre pond that they're going to, consider to make wet bottom, right?
It's actually further east than that. So you have 288 Smith Ranch, and then this is between Smith Ranch and, go back to the aerial. There you go. So it's on the back side of these properties here. You see it? Yeah, there you go. Just for location purposes.
Right there?
Right there.
So they have a large or relatively large parcel between the road and where this pond is going to be, right?
Correct.
I just think it's a large, the benefits don't. I don't see the benefit, the ROI on that. For a 3-acre pond that you're not even going to see the water in, by the way, with the berm and the fence from the road. Well, it's 2 and 1.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to go put this $50 million facility, and all these people that don't want to be next to a large-scale urban, as it was discussed here, urban-style apartment are going to say, I don't want to be here. And all of these people around there are going to say, you know what, I'll take that check and I'll leave. And then all of a sudden, the city is going to be stuck with Wooten Road and these other areas that it wants to be a catalyst, is going to have to amenitize and beautify and all of that. And so this is really a discussion, not of what you see today, but also thinking with a certain amount of foresight of what's going to come. If you go and you make that a wet bottom pond, as these other areas get bought, they will be able to add to it. You're hearing from the engineering side, they want to do a regional, lift station, regional this. You're going to have to do these things. The irony is there are lakes already in close proximity. Starts to make a certain amount of sense. We don't want to do that. I'm completely fine with it. I'm happy losing the vote. I don't mind it. But what happens is you're going to put a $50 million facility here. All these people are going to want to leave. And the wet bottom pond is going to be an asset later on, and it's going to be something that we can do. I know it's not the concern for everybody, but this is just how these things work in land development, at least in my experience. If we're going to call this a catalyst for the corridor, and you're going to beautify the masonry, you're going to do all these other things to lift up the area. In my mind, this is a very, very low ask, but that's just me. So I apologize, Member Barry. I want to get my point across, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we're going to call for a vote on the motion to amend.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Nay.
Member Owens?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
No.
Chair votes no.
The motion fails 3-4.
And I just want to thank Member Owens. Appreciate it.
Put it on the table. Yep. And so with that, we will back to the original motion on the table. Any other questions, comments regarding that? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Nay.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1.
All right. With that, thank you, guys. Look forward to a great project. We'll be back for the second reading next month. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Do we have any consent items to be removed? A, H, and K. Is that it? Okay. A, H, and K. Look at those real quick.
Excuse me, Mayor, could you repeat that? Is it A, H,
A is
and K?
in Alpha, H is in Henry, K is in Kilo.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So with that, Member Cade, would you please place the consent agenda on the table, A through K, with the exceptions of A, H, and K?
Can I just say so moved?
Go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right, with that, we will move to new business item number 1, under new business continued. Let me see here. All right, Mr. Hernandez, would you place new business item number 1 on the table, please?
Yes, sir. Consideration possible action, second and final reading of ordinance number UDC 2000-T-38. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report. I know we had this last meeting.
Yes, Mayor, this is a second reading of an ordinance presented on October 10th, seeking to find solutions to a variety of minor issues taking place within the adopted regulations of the UDC related to outdoor and outside activities and uses, subdivision fence materials along corridor or overlay districts and roads, and furniture and/or appliance store use. And Martin Griggs is here if you have any questions regarding specifics.
Sounds good. Any questions, comments from council? Member Kamkar?
Mayor, I just want to, for the record, point of privilege, recognize that it is Mr. Frazier's first time in the big seat as the assistant city manager. And just recognize, I know you work real hard, and there might be some bodies out there that have been covered up and aren't here today, but just want to congratulate him for being in the big seat today. So just want to point that out for the record.
There you go. All right.
No skeletons, sir.
No skeleton.
I didn't have any other comments.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right. With that, we'll move to new business item number 2. Mayor Pro Tem Carbone, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, Resolution R 2022-233. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a recommendation authorization to participate in a buy board pricing agreement for the purchase of synthetic turf from Paragon Sports Constructors in the amount of about $1.3 million, and approval of a $250,000 fund appropriation from the Parks Development Fund to the Shadow Creek Ranch Park Phase 2 project. Project is intended to allow for more diverse recreational programming and allow for a more attractive destination for national tournaments such as USFA when they're courted by our Convention and Visitors Bureau.
All right. With that, we'll turn to questions, comments from council. Member Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Greatly appreciate the very thoughtful write-up on the memo, responding to the email that I forwarded Carrie. Just don't that I'm 100% there yet, but it sounds like you got the support that you need. But I, really appreciate it. It was really great reading, and I'm learning a lot still. So just want to say thanks. That's all.
All right. Good deal. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Sorry, bathroom, aye.
Gotcha.
Member Hernandez?
Nay.
Member Cade?
Nay.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-2.
All right. Member Kamkar, back to you on new business item number 3.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action R2022-248. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, very pleased to make a recommendation following the fiscal year 23 budget process. This is a recommendation utilizing ARPA funds to update our heavy apparatus fleet within the fire department, utilizing the Texas Buy Board for the purchase of 1 fire pumper and 1 ladder truck from Siddons Martin's Emergency Group in the total amount of $2.849 million. The grant funded cost just under $2.5 million, and the city funded expenses of about $377,000 paid out of the motor pool fund are for warranties and preventive maintenance contracts.
Sounds good. Open up for questions, comments, concerns from council. This is one with Member Kamkar.
This is for our one of my favorite members of the city, our grants coordinator. How much ARPA fund do we have left after this? Because I know that we were looking at 11.8 combined over the 2 years, and now we've been drawing down those funds. What is going to be our balance after making this acquisition?
So unexpended fund balance as budgeted would be about 250,000. I think we've identified about 15 or 16,000 in the purchase of these trucks that might have to come out of the fund balance to cover some costs of some other warranties. But that's all that has not been allocated for expenditure.
So for the 11.8 total that came down from the federal government, this is obviously 2.8, almost 2.850. We have 100,000 or so. Is that what you said? Left over?
250,000 in fund balance.
The fund balance or the ARPA proceeds.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I have a question for the fire team. Are we buying another truck here? We bought one last year. We're buying this one now. Do we have another one that's coming up this year, Chief?
Currently, we'll be working on that as we move forward through the fiscal year. The plan is to have a heavy apparatus placement plan in place to help us regenerate the 8 pieces of heavy apparatus that we have that should have been replaced beginning in 2012. And so we have a lot of older equipment on the road. We're trying to get a replacement plan in place to move forward so that we can smooth it in further years so that we don't have big purchases in 1 year. But our fleet's failing us, to be quite honest, and we're trying to get it updated but not try to do it all at one time.
So 8 excluding these two, this one and the one from last year, or 8 inclusive of that number?
8 minus these 3, be 5 remaining after that.
All right, and so how does this work? And I guess this is for Eric. How does this work with our fund that we're, the fleet, and I gave a lot of consternation. We are over contributing in this since the last budget, and I had a lot of consternation about this. How does the program of the 5 more heavy apparatus, how does that integrate with what we're doing since we're over contributing in this fund?
It's a bit of a loaded question. We're not over contributing. We're contributing according to the fund policy that's been adopted.
That we can have a policy disagreement on what that, but you have revenues and expenditures in excess of 2.8 million.
The way that these fire trucks will work is the same as any other piece of vehicle or equipment. When they're brought into the city, we will take their lifespan. We'll say 10 years. We'll divide the cost of that. We'll add some sort of multiplier, of course, for inflation. And so we'll say, hey, this fire truck's going to be $1 million in 10 years, we think. We'll put aside $100,000 from the general fund into the motor pool fund. That will sit in fund balance. It'll accrue some interest during that time frame as well. And then the idea is in 10 years, when we need to replace a fire truck, we do not have to come to city council and ask for money out of the general fund. That money would be there in the motor pool fund.
Let me ask this. This is sparking a great question. Is these two amounts for the 2.8, was that programmed in the expense line, or is this outside of revenues and expenditures for the year for the motor pool fund?
It should be in the expense line for the motor pool fund.
Okay. So we're essentially in FY22, I guess FY23, buying another one of these trucks, I'm assuming for next year with the dollars from this year. Would that be a rough summation if we're going to have a program of we got to get 5 more of heavy apparatus equipment?
We don't have any funding identified at this time for the remaining 5 vehicles. That'll be part of what we're working with the fire department on to look at various options for council to consider on how we want to handle that going forward. Right now, I think we have an earmark that in FY24, we'd like to replace another vehicle. But, we're only so far into FY23.
We're 10 months away from that. So, all right, Chief, I am supportive of the fire folks, but I am so distraught about your predecessor and how far behind we are. I got the email a few weeks ago about essentially, as you said, the fleet is breaking down on us, and we need to stay ahead of that. But all of the items that we buy for the fire department are exceedingly expensive. They're necessary. They use a lot of gas. They require a lot of maintenance. But we need to get these things done. But we have to be better as a team to be more in front and on top of this. And I'm glad that you're here and with the team now to help on that. It's just all of these purchases are super expensive. This is essentially, 1.5 pennies on the tax rate, assuming 1.6 million. I mean, they're expensive expenditures. So I think we need to do it, but I'm just disappointed we're so far behind, to be honest with you. And it's not your fault. It was the guy before you.
Not all, and I appreciate that, Member Camcar, and I want to thank all those that have been in play as far as being receptive to where we are currently and where we need to get to. Our goal is to try to remedy this situation without putting as much burden on the other departments within the city and the taxpayers, to be quite honest. So we'll try to find a fine line between that, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Quick, I have a quick question, either Ron or the chief. Both these pieces of equipment, obviously, assuming we approve this today, it's not like we get a truck tomorrow.
No,
So what's just for the general public to know when we purchase these types of things, how far out in advance? I think one would be in about 18 months, the other one in about 24.
Yes, sir. On the pumper, we're looking at least 18 months, and on the ladder truck, probably 24 months. The one that we ordered this past summer, we're a year out from even realizing that. And in the meantime, we're paying maintenance costs on all of our existing apparatus to keep them up to par. So,
yeah.
Good news is this is coming from ARPA, so it's found money. As far as I'm concerned, it's found money that we're able to actually beef up and get some of these things done sooner rather than later. Chief?
The only thing I was going to add to that, in the last 2 weeks, we've lost 4 more months, so it just tends to exacerbate as far as the time frame it takes to get these things built. Hopefully, over the next couple of years, as everything starts to kind of smooth back in, parts are ordered, they're able to arrive quicker, hopefully. Hopefully, those time frames will speed up over the next couple of years. We just don't know that. We'll just have to wait and see. But right now, we've lost 4 more months in the last 2 weeks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Yay. Yes.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right, with that, back to Mr. Owens for new business item number 4. Would you present that, please?
All righty. I think somebody automatically.
There we go.
took me off. Okay. Consideration possible action resolution number R 2022-241. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report, please.
So, thank you, Mayor. In 2021, the city was awarded just over $1 million in FEMA flood mitigation assistance through the Texas Water Development Board. There are a total of 5 homes included in the original application to the state, which would be elevated above risk level. Staff recommendation to award the contract to Architectura Development, and Joel Hardy is available to respond to any questions you have regarding this award.
All right, good thing, good deal. Any questions, comments from council? No. Joel, I just had one quick question. If we were awarded a little over $1 million, and this is under that, do we get that money for some other purpose, or does the Texas Water Development Board keep that?
We've actually got a little over $35,000, I believe, allocated to grant management and project management.
Okay.
And Phil Hampston, who's been around the block many times with these programs, is functioning as our consultancy on this. And he's been integrally involved in helping us make the procurement aspect work. And Raj Shrestha is also here for any technical questions, but I think it's pretty straightforward. And they've got the money for the engineering component as well to make sure that the projects are built to spec.
And the contract itself, does it have a time frame when they plan to actually?
So we've given them 2 years because there's another allocation of funds that we're waiting for the Texas Water Development Board to give us that involves 2 properties, and we may be able to roll those 2 into this if they do good work. But initially, 5 homes shouldn't take them more than this fiscal year to complete.
All right. That's all the questions I had. Any other questions, comments from council?
And a representative is here as well.
All right. Member Camcar, were you reaching? Okay. All right. Good. All right. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right. Sounds good. Member Berry, if you would finish up new business item number 5.
Mayor, consideration and possible action resolution number R2022-191. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very pleased to announce a recommendation of an award of $550,000 to Counseling Connections for Change. This award of ARPA grant funding will support their purchase of real property to continue the mental health services that they provided to the area during COVID. This is another project spearheaded by Joel Hardy, if you have further questions.
Any questions, comments from council?
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've got some representatives here. I wanted to say thanks for being here. Wanted to apologize for not being able to make it to the barbecue drive-through this weekend. But I think since I've been on council, we've kind of incrementally, I think, given a little bit more and more. And, it's one thing to say mental health matters in your community, and it's another thing to actually try to do something about it. So I'm really excited that we're doing this and helping kind of elevate your services here in the community. So, Mayor, I don't know if you'd be okay with, if y'all have anything to say. I think this is a great thing, and you came all the way down here, and we made you wait till the very end of the meeting. Other than that, I just want to give you an opportunity. And
Don, I don't mind, just to ask a question. What does this mean for Counseling Connections for Change and your programming and future? If you would, just give us your name and address for the record, and we'd appreciate to hear from you.
Sure. My name is Dawn Lawless, 1803 Sleepy Creek Way, Pearland 77581. I cannot tell you how transformational this will be. Our licensed therapists have been working tirelessly to serve, we've been in operation since 2011, and since that time we've paid about $3,000 a month in rent. We could have already paid for this had we done that, 10, 11 years ago. It just wasn't the right timing for us then. And then coming through Harvey and then all of the different issues that we've seen with COVID, there is a serious need. So we are appreciative of this. When you look at about a $40,000 a year decrease in our budget expenses because of a grant award like this, I can hire a therapist that can provide over 1,000 services a year. So you multiply that for the 20-year lien that'll be on this, we're talking 25,000 services to our community. It's huge, and we appreciate your consideration in this.
Yeah, and I want to echo what Member Hernandez said, in that a lot of people talk about it, but we're actually doing things here in Pearland, and I greatly appreciate the commitment that through CDBG funding that we've been able to provide for you guys over the years. And like you just said, this will actually free up more dollars on an annual basis for actual care, actual help, actual counseling for folks in our community. And it's a great thing. It's a great thing to see where we're headed with this. Very excited to see where this goes in the future. Any other questions, comments from council? All right, with that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, thank you for that. Great job, guys. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and we look forward to more things to come. With that, we're back to matters removed from consent agenda. Member Cade, if you would place consent agenda item A, as in alpha, on the table, please.
Consent agenda item A. A. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second.
Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Please. Yeah.
The minutes.
Consideration, it's just the minutes?
Consideration possible action.
Consideration and possible action, item A from the consent agenda. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. I think Member Kamkar removed this. Yeah. Thank you.
Josh, if we can pull up those minutes, is the public's benefit. Not that very many people here are left from the public, but we had a really, really good meeting between the City Council and the PEDC board, I guess a little bit more than 10 days ago. And I thought we had some really good commentary of kind of where we were going. I know that Member Berry initially had a request coming out of that meeting that I'm generally supportive of, directionally speaking. And I kind of just wanted to go over, you know, and get that out there because some of the members were not at that meeting, but just kind of where did we end up at with that. And I think we have some work on our end as a council in giving some member some amount of direction of where do we want the PEDC to go. The discussion that I think the PEDC had was we're willing to look at 20% of the budget on a maintenance piece around projects that were done, but they would like some level of an affirmative vote and then some kind of direction that is memorialized, whether it be a resolution or something saying, hey, go in this direction and let them go and find those dollars. And so I think when we talk about that, you know, this last paragraph, there's general consensus to provide the PEDC, sorry, the second to last paragraph, with the master drainage plan and capital improvement plans for review, and that the PEDC would finalize a list of projects and return to council for approval. There is also general interest in holding additional joint meetings. And so I just want to kind of highlight, put that out there on video that, hey, we did have a good meeting. There is interest on both ends to go and do this thing. But I think that there is work on behalf of the council. Get a motion, a second. Let's put it out there. Let's discuss it. This might be a supplemental meeting, Mayor. I don't know. But I do think we have work to do on our end to make the request move forward. And I just, those meetings kind of get lost sometimes if they're not here on Monday nights. But I wanted to put that out there and just say, hey, I appreciate Member Berry asking for that. And I do think we have work to do, and I think it's a good idea. So.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, what has been happening since that meeting and in several, couple of months, even into the future. So staff and the PEDC staff and projects, city engineer and those folks, you know, getting together to find out, you know, in our CIP plan to date, you know, what would qualify, how would it look, what would it be? So they're already looking at it. They've got their board meeting here, I think later this week, and they've got another board meeting in November. What they want to do is kind of hash through some of this with their own board on this meeting and next meeting, and then come back to us. Here's what we're looking to propose, and that way, because I think we heard loud and clear throughout the council that there was a open dialogue to go and look to do this. I think they want to look within their own funds on how, where, and what, and then what kind of an impact they can have. So that'll be coming back as some sort of a plan. In that kind of joint session or joint workshop, we had talked about, in addition to the two items that we discussed, you know, mainly that day, was really talking about the Pearland Prosperity Plan and their direction and where we're headed as a city and where and what and how. So we put that on hold so we could dive for 2 hours into those items. Looks like we're going to try to come back, and you'll be getting this shortly. We're looking to earmark like a Friday afternoon in December, where kind of instead of another Monday night or a weekend or something like that, do a getaway on a Friday afternoon.
That's a great idea.
And have our meeting. You know, we could meet long enough to really dive into it and go through the prosperity plan and what our priorities are there. So that'll be the next follow-up as far as the two together. We're going to wait to see what they come back up with, and without us just saying, go do X, Y, and Z, what are they willing to march towards that? And I think you'll see what they'll come back out with is what we've kind of hinted at or asked for in that meeting, and see where that goes, and then codify it or vote on it and let them present it, and we'll move forward. So I think that's all been moving forward in a positive manner. And I know Darren, I think Ron and Robert have been in some of those meetings as well. Let you guys weigh in on some of that as well, if you have anything.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, so I think what I took out of that meeting also was that, Mr. Buchanan, Matt, said that wasn't a problem. 20% wasn't a big deal. They just don't necessarily want to be told what to do. They want to build their plan. They want to be able to put some thought into it and what makes sense. And then we redefine what maintenance truly is, and it's more of a redevelopment type engagement where we would, choose certain projects and revitalize or redevelop those areas, much like Halleck Road. And we briefly spoke about a couple of other locations, but things like that, so that EDC can dedicate a certain amount of money out of their budget annually towards those projects. And it's going to take time. For that. I didn't get any sense that there was any pushback whatsoever. I think, between both of us, EDC and council, I think everybody was.
Yeah, and
was on
I
board.
didn't hear pushback on an amount. It was more along the lines, hey, let us go develop a plan, bring it to you, and then hash through that. And that's what they're working through currently. They do have, legal requirements on what they can and can't use those monies on and how they do it. So even within our own CIP, like on drainage, for example, when you look at the list of drainage projects in our CIP that we're looking to address in a bond program, a lot of those are more in residential areas. They're not in, business expansion or those types of areas. So it's going to be hard for them to take on a chunk of that. Not to say that they can't do some, but just, a large chunk of it. And so they're having to work through with legal and others just to make sure that what they do choose meets the requirements of the PUDC laws that they have to govern or operate under. So more to come. They had said they really wanted 2 board meetings to discuss with their board more before coming back to us. So they've got, like I said, they have a board meeting this week. They have one in mid-November. So, yeah, and then come back to us.
And then, Mayor, the only other thing is on that last paragraph. The board decided to talk about indoor sports and mixed-use project, and that if the EDC was supportive and wanted to do that, that they needed to provide some level of guardrail of here's where we want to go or not go with that. And I think there is the ability to come to the council for a vote. There is the ability to discuss that, but a guardrail, open-ended item is not in question right now. It needs to be more defined of here's what we could do and here's the dollars and here's where they would come from. And if those items were fleshed out in detail, it could be something that we would look at then.
Right, exactly. Darren, did you have a comment to that?
No, I think if we're wrapping up that discussion, it's okay. Yeah.
Trying to get there. So, all right. No other questions, comments. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, we're to item H, so that goes to Hernandez. How's that?
Let me find it.
It's on screen, too.
Yes. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2022-245, so moved.
Second.
A motion, a second. I'll give it to Mr. Kamkar. You pulled the item?
Yes, sir. I think we discussed this on a discussion item. And I kind of wanted to review the language and then beat this around just a little bit. But if we can pull that up, Josh, I'd like to review what the language was that is ended up being proposed. Who knew we had so many policies? See, Darren, I don't know who drafted this, but I thought the entire item was in red. I didn't know that we had a amending budget policy prior. Can I just get clarification on that?
Yes, I did not draft that, but the language, that whole last sentence, I believe, is new language. Is that correct?
That is
Everything-
correct.
Is it everything after the comma on the
It's,
second sentence? Or the last?
Yeah, I believe so. Give me 1 second, Councilman. Yeah, the whole sentence, right? It's that whole sentence. I apologize. That didn't come through right on the, when we did the redlining. It's the sentence that says for accuracy and planning and to minimize potential for errors, budget amendments shall be limited to 2 per fiscal year, 1 for carryovers and 1 for mid-year, except in the case of emergency.
So I'd like to have a legal discussion on what is the current year fiscal budget. Does that include sources and uses? In terms of making changes, we adopt the budget at the end of September. And it says, here's how much from property taxes. Here's how much from sales taxes. Here's how much cash from debt. Here's all these items. If there's a change in where those fundings are coming from, is that would require an amendment?
So those would be brought forward, yes, at mid-year to amend for the budget amendment. So if we run over a little bit or something, we would bring that to council, but we wouldn't bring the formal amendment until.
So I just, sources and uses piece is important to me, and I'd like to get clarity on that. I'd like to be able to do that, whether it's a parenthetical. I'm open to Darren or somebody proposing language, but this includes sources and uses of cash.
It would. I think what she's indicating is that typically even those changes that in sources and uses of cash, that would actually be done typically at a mid-year.
Okay, and that's fine. And I would just like clarity on have it written out in the item. So I'm going to make a motion to amend the language here under item J of the fiscal policy for accuracy planning to minimize budget amendments shall be limited to 2 per fiscal year, parentheses, including sources and uses of cash changes. End parentheses.
We have, that was in form of an amendment?
Yes, sir. So I would say, let me clean that up. I was saying it out loud, and then Aaron or somebody, if they're better at English than I am, that's still be it. At the end of fiscal, at the end of, I'd like to make a motion to amend the language in the text. At the end of fiscal year, the end of the word year, parentheses, this includes sources and uses of cash, or changes to sources and uses of cash, in parentheses.
I would just say lean on y'all to find out if that is the, make sure that there is not an unintended consequence that would, on the finance department.
Right.
So just a clarifying question, is it not covered with projected revenues and expenditures and expenses?
So here's I think the issue of case. If they have more sales tax dollars, they need to go and clarify that, because in theory that is incongruous with the budget. But if they change where those dollars are coming from, that would also require there, and I would like there to be clarity on here's where the dollars are coming from.
I think that's in that first sentence, projected revenues and expenditures. Revenues are property tax, sales tax, fees.
I agree with you.
all that.
It's also, we also get dollars from debt.
Sure.
So I just want there to be memorialized if we're changing or we're pulling more dollars from debt or less dollars, I would hope less, that those be memorialized. I think it's a clarifying comment. It's not a gotcha comment. It's just, hey, if we're going to take in less, great. If we're going to do more, great. We may end up spending the same amount year over year, but the composition changes. And I think the composition is important when we're talking about the budget and where are we getting those dollars. I think it's just addressing the composition piece.
That's covered in the budget, right? Because the budget approves funds. So if we're going to borrow more, that would have to be form of a budget amendment.
I agree with you, but we are curtailing budget amendments here. And so if we're going to curtail budget amendments because we want there to be less activity, do it at one or two places, if we're going to change the composition of dollars that are not necessarily property tax dollars, I'd like there to at least be clarifying guidance that the intent of us to do that is also adjusting composition as well.
Just one quick question. So our budget entails property taxes,
sales tax, third party, federal government,
enterprise
state government.
fund. I mean, it's all included, right? So
But what about the debt side?
It's included in the
well,
budget.
it's also included. I mean,
I know, but you don't, there's not property taxes for debt. There's debt funded, there's debt that we have to have property tax. But like if you do a CO,
it's part of our tax rate, right? The
it
debt
is,
service.
but if you're changing the sources and uses, you change from this spigot of money to this spigot of money, you can make that change. And so what I'd like to at least say is if they're going to change the sources and uses to align with some item.
Can I ask, so are you saying that we pass a budget and it's got a certain funding source
X
delineated,
number of millions
and
of
then
dollars.
later we decide, oh, we don't have to take the money from here. We want to take it because we have excess here. We're going to use this and save.
Correct.
That's what you're saying. Just clarifying.
Correct.
Okay.
That would require an amendment anyway, correct?
That is correct. That's going to require an amendment. It just,
would-
sometimes
which would
those
be
things are
the
identified and then
adjustment
brought
anyway.
forth as the mid-year.
And as far as curtailing, I mean, I hear the comment, but for the history of our city, 2 budget amendments have been the norm.
Agree, and I'm not disputing that, Mayor.
And so, I mean, I'm only clarifying the curtailing of budget amendments. Historically, the city has run very efficiently over years and years and years with two budget amendments. And I think, and I know you're trying to clarify that, but I think it's already covered. Sources and uses, whether it's debt, property tax, sales tax, fees, grants, all of that's already covered in the budget. And if you're going to move an item from cash to debt or debt to cash, that's going to require a budget amendment anyway.
I agree, but there could be an interpretation where we're not spending more money, we're just changing the composition, or spending less. And I think it's important to make that delineation. For me, it's a belt and suspenders item. It's not a gotcha item. I'm hearing that, hey, this is covered and they got to come back. But in theory, if you're not spending more money, we'll just turn this faucet on, we'll turn that faucet off kind of thing, and we'll do that. I just want to have a belt and suspenders on clarity on the policy. And so that's the goal is for me to just have it be very explicit. We use this in a very explicit way. And I just want to be in a belt and suspenders position. So I'm going to make the motion again. If it gets a second, great. If it doesn't, I'll live with that. But I'm going to go ahead and say it just so we keep the train of thought. So at the end of fiscal year, I want to put in a parentheses, this includes changes in sources and uses of cash, end parentheses. So moved.
We have a motion. We have an amending motion.
Amending motion, yes, thank you, Mayor.
Or a motion to amend. Proper language.
You say warrant, this includes what?
Okay. Let me read that out loud one more time. At the end of per fiscal year, parentheses, this includes changes in sources and uses of cash, end parentheses. So the second to last line, kind of towards the right. Changes to sources and uses of cash.
And he's just talking about the composition of the overall budget. If you're going to move cash to debt or debt to cash or property tax to
If we bring in more money in sales tax, we're going to have to do a change anyway. But if we're changing, we're only going to spend X, and then we say, well, 0.6 of X is debt and 0.4 of it is cash, and we change that around, it just needs to come and get an affirming vote. This is just a belt and suspenders item. This is not anything more than that.
Yeah. Well, I don't hear a second. Is there a second for his motion? I don't hear a second for the.
Yeah, I guess I would like to maybe So, Amy, you did an interesting face. But so to the mayor's comments of just trying to find out maybe what the potential unintended consequences, or even if there's a better way to word it, if there is some ambiguity here that could be clarified. I don't know. I'll let you respond in just a second. But there's nothing that would stop us from coming back to this if we pass it as is and then amend it further, right? I mean, yeah. So
It's an amendment to the
yeah.
financial policy. So.
Is there opposition from the staff on this, by the way?
No, I'm trying to think through in my head, how does it affect like the CIP when we bring forward, like our next item is the intent to reimburse.
Sure.
And sometimes, per council direction, we reevaluate the funding sources for those and the length of time. So I'm just trying to run through all those various scenarios and try to make sure there's no impact that I'm not anticipating. I don't necessarily see an issue with it because it's typically gone with what we've done in the past. But I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not overlooking anything. That's what the face was for.
One potential thing could be if like we got a grant that we weren't expecting, but obviously we would just work with council on that, and that would be a good
You'd
situation.
have to amend because it's in theory more money than you projected, and you'd have to amend. And in this case, it would have to go to one of the two items. So if there's not opposition and it's a belt and suspenders item for clarity, I would just ask respectfully of our partners at the dais to just clarity on these things is people come in, they come out, they roll off, they roll on. And sometimes interpretations out there, and if we all acknowledge we don't see an issue and the staff doesn't see a gigantic issue, I don't know why belt and suspenders doesn't seem bad to me, but I don't.
So, Mayor, if I may, I think this would be a really good maybe thought exercise that we could bring back potentially if.
And I can do that. And I was also trying to think if we wanted to discuss with the audit committee again, because I know they're meeting in the first part of December, but I don't know if you guys want to kick it down the road that far. But I'm happy to take it back and just kind of run through some scenarios, return with something in a few weeks.
Or, I mean, I don't have a problem dispensing of this and then coming back at our audit meeting and I want to make sure that we have good belts and suspenders on our policies anyway. And so I don't have, but also at the same time, we also want to make sure that there's not an unintended consequence and we can bring it back at that time.
Mayor, do we just want to postpone and then go to the audit committee then? Or, I mean, we can get a second. I mean, I'm happy to lose this vote.
I didn't get a second for the amendment. I was looking for that, but then and giving some time for it.
Yeah, there wasn't one because I think it's confusing. Respectfully, I read this and this makes sense when we talk budget, when we talk about sources and uses and adding belts and suspenders and all this stuff. It just doesn't make sense. And I think that's the reason there's not a second, and that's why I'd like to dispense of it now.
Yeah.
All right, well then I'd like to, if it doesn't begrudge the council, send this to the audit committee.
Yeah, so I think, Mayor, just to clarify what you were saying is we'll vote on this tonight, and then it will move forward to the audit committee for a little bit of polishing.
We want to make sure there's not unintended consequences of doing something.
At the same time, I don't want to keep wasting staff's time.
I don't either.
I mean, we're up here. I say we vote on it tonight and be done.
And I'm saying we vote on it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We vote on it tonight, but then, if there's another
Then
to this, we can bring it back.
I'll make the motion to amend, and if it fails, it fails. I'm happy with that. So anyways, the effort, like I said, it's to be belt and suspenders and clarity on the sources of uses and cash changes in the budget. So I want to make this motion one more time. Happy to see it fail if you all want it to fail. Parenthetical at the end of per fiscal year says, this includes changes to sources and uses of cash within the budget, and parenthetical. So moved.
We have a motion to amend on the table. I've heard no second. So motion fails for the lack of a second. We're back to the regular.
And Mayor, just point of personal privilege for the City Secretary, can we just notate in the minutes that motion failed for lack of a second? Okay, thank you.
There's a campaign coming up. That'll be good.
Not always.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade. Aye. Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Kamkar.
Nay.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right, with that, Mayor Pro Tem, would you present item K?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution R 2022-252. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report on this.
Thank you, Mayor. The intent to reimburse is a standard resolution obligating the city to follow through with budget and reimburse itself for monies advanced to move forward approved CIP projects and then issue the debt as provided in the CIP financing overview during fiscal year 2023. The resolution does not approve contracts or expenditures themselves. These will still have to come forward later for council approval. Any further questions? Amy's here if you have specifics.
With that, Member Carbone, did you pull this?
Mayor, just wanted to run through the list that is covered in this, the bond proceeds on this, and just have that pull up on the screen. So on the COs piece, we talked about the items under the natatorium, and we had the 409 for, I guess, public safety building, 4.8 on air handling, and then 600,000. For the staff's question, the commentary and the emails back and forth with PISD on their issues with our current agreement, how does this intersect with that?
Turn to Robert for that.
Well, Councilman Kamkar, I'll regards to the project itself. You're looking for the specifics on the interaction with PISD.
It's just that they have commented that they do not like the arrangement as is, I guess, under its current standing. And I think when we talked about this, I want to say it was 3 or 4 months ago, and the new superintendent showed up. There was a lot of discussion around, I guess, the air handling, the replacement, the natatorium recap, which was in excess of 6.8. I'm going to call that almost $7 million. And we were under the idea that they wanted to be on a 50-50 as it currently is. And now, if I'm recollecting the correspondence, they do not want that current arrangement. Is that, am I getting the gist of their comments?
Yeah, I think Darren should answer this question based on his comments from our
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just received I had a conversation recently with the school district's attorney and expressed the city's opinion with respect to some of the representations the district's made and requests that have been made in the recent past. And the communication I had as recent as today indicated that the school district's holding firm to their position. And
can you?
And I'll reiterate what that position is. And that position is that they are only responsible to share in 50% of repairs. Currently the agreement reads for maintenance and repair, and they believe they should only be held responsible for 50% of repairs greater than $15,000. And so when it comes to,
so that means all of them.
So repairs, but when it comes to maintenance, and that means repair or replace maintenance, they don't believe they should be responsible for any replacement, i.e., whether it be a roof replacement or HVAC replacement or decking. Those are the types of things they don't believe that they should be responsible for.
I think I understood that in the email correspondence, but nobody has in a dais or said it out loud. Here's the gist. I'm going to make a motion to amend this list, excluding the items for the natatorium and or the rec center, out of the certificates of obligation under 26.6 million. So reducing that amount by the 4.8 million, the 2,070,000, and I'm guessing the 608. That's my motion to amend.
I'll second that.
So I just have a question on that, and that is, are we then saying we're not going to replace the, we're just going to continue to repair it? Or if we remove it, are we not going to replace it?
Mayor, I think,
I'm just asking for
that's a fair question. I think for where I am today, I don't want to send the flare that we are committing to reimbursing. I am not. I'm not speaking for the council. Council has to vote. That I am not comfortable with that 4.8 million, that 2 million, and that 608,000 until we get to some kind of meeting of the minds with the ISD. Because when we, at the last meeting, I want to say it was like a CIP meeting, or it was some meeting where we was discussing on the path forward on doing engineering, I think, on these items. We did not have the email or the communication that we do not like the arrangement. The understanding at that time, Mayor, was, if I'm remembering correctly, we're going 50-50, just like we've done on everything else, and that was the understanding at the time. Literally, if I'm remembering correctly, Darren, the next day, correspondence came from the superintendent saying, we have questions around this item.
And we did, just to be clear, this last week we had a CIP workshop on this very issue, and it was a topic of discussion in that meeting. And I know that you weren't able to attend that meeting. So some of the things that I just shared right now were shared that evening, and it just, at this point, neither side has really changed their opinions with respect to the agreement. And so I agree. There's at some point we'll have to see if there's any common ground that we can.
So Darren, would you, because Councilmember Kamkar wasn't here for our CIP, and in all fairness, kind of not rehash, but just reiterate some of the points that and why we have the opinion that we have. It's not just repair, but what does true maintenance call for? The definition of maintenance, significant maintenance, those types of things. The problem is there's not a legal definition. There's contractor definitions of what maintenance is all about, because you have preventative maintenance, you've got those types of things, but then you have what is necessary to maintain an operational building, safe building, those types of things. And so this is where our difference of opinion comes with the school district.
And I think it's one thing that is very clear. In order to maintain a building, you maintain a building so that it can be operational, functional, and safe. And those are the things that are included in maintenance. And as the mayor just indicated, there's different types. There is preventative maintenance, things that you do on a regular schedule. And some of those even fit into the operational side. And those are things that we agreed per the agreement to take on 100% of those costs. That was something that we knew that would be part of it. Then there were things that we felt like, okay, as time goes on, your assets are going to go through wear and tear, and they're going to have to either be repaired, and some of those repairs are going to be significant. And sometimes in that maintenance process, you're going to have to replace them. And those costs were going to be extremely high, and we understood that in the long term. And so here we are now, we're 15 years into a 25-year agreement, and now it's time for the reckoning to deal with some of those costs. And we're just at a point now where we feel like the agreement clearly identifies maintenance, significant maintenance as a cost. The district disagrees with that. The attorney and myself, we just agreed to disagree for right now and see if we can have further discussions down the line where we can maybe reach some common ground and figure out a way to deal with this.
And my only pushback on removing these from here is everything stops on moving in that direction. All of a sudden, we absolutely have to replace the air handling in the natatorium. We're now behind the eight ball even further. That's my only. We're not approving and doing these. We're approving the ability to. That'd be my only pushback.
Agree. And Mayor, I think first of all, it's a complex situation.
It is.
Let's not kid ourselves. As the city attorney pointed out, we are 60% of the way through a 25-year agreement, and items are coming up. I think it is really difficult for me as a council member who, like all of us, we go down a path and it's very defined, and then the path gets very clear or cloudy, or it gets confused. And I don't want to send the signal we're going to keep going down that path until we have a more clear definition between what is the city's responsibilities financially and what are the school districts. I mean, we have an active agreement that says everybody needs to do 50-50 on these items. We're having a major discussion now about those items. It seems imprudent to continue down. I mean, the amount of cost here, $7.5 million, is not an insignificant amount of money. I would at least wait, and we said it when that one contractor said this, I don't believe in penalties, but I believe in timeouts. I think a timeout for 60 days to give the attorneys and the districts and the stakeholders time to discuss is not a bad thing. I mean, if it was $600,000, I hate to say it, our budget's $110 million. That is an insignificant amount. comparatively speaking, but 7.5 million in certificates of obligation, especially in an inflationary time where interest rates are going up, it's real money. If it was 2% and is different, but if we have variable rate interest rate stuff, it becomes significant. So I think we have a motion in a second here. I think the discussion is merited at maybe our next meeting or a workshop with their body. Hey, here's what we really believe. I just don't want to blindly go forward and say that we're going to go and send the signal to go and do $7.5 million in improvements when our partner doesn't share those same values.
Right. No, I agree. I think, bless you. Generally when two entities are at loggerheads, in this particular case, there are provisions within a contract to settle disputes of this nature. And does this contract have like an arbitration provision or something like that?
No, and I'm glad it doesn't, because we generally do not put arbitration. A lot of times we'll agree to mediation provisions, but arbitration tends to be binding, and so we don't generally agree to those. But this was done as an interlocal agreement. It wasn't done as a traditional contract that you're going to have those types of provisions. And as you know, when we do agreements, whether it be with Brazoria County or the drainage district, any of the other governmental entities that we use the government code to enter into these acts or enter into these agreements, they tend to be sort of they're friendly agreements. You're going to use these resources, and we're going to provide these resources, and we're just going to cooperate in this. And you usually have a term, and they typically do not have all the agreements that you would have in a traditional contract with a third party.
This is where I am. This is about 3.5% of our budget, right? And we obviously see a need to repair these units or whatever they are, their refrigeration aids or whatever, the air handling system. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been on this list, right? So our list doesn't stop because we can't come to an agreement on a contract. So I don't necessarily know that we need to remove it, but we need to accelerate the conversation associated with this and come to some sort of agreement.
That's kind of that was my only pushback was I'm not saying we go do this today. I say we keep it in there, but we continue to have these conversations. I've had the opportunity over the last 2 weeks to really go into my filing cabinet and my memory, because there's two of us that voted on that agreement. Member Owens and I voted on that agreement. We know what was discussed in that agreement, and the school district is wrong. I'm just going to tell you that. They're flat out wrong. They requested us to build an auditorium. We weren't going to build an auditorium. We were going to do a different type of water feature along with that. At their request, we built an auditorium. Standing right there was the superintendent of schools in this room saying, we're asking you to do this. This is a partnership that's going to be great for our community. And the $15,000 number was thrown in there as a marker. Anything over this would be considered significant. Right. We asked those questions. I've asked staff to go back and try to find the actual tapes in the meetings, because we asked about replacing a roof,
explicitly, yeah,
replacing AC, and we wouldn't have moved forward with that agreement had the answer been, oh no, that's all out of the question. It's all on the city. No, it was discussed between the two entities, either through email or phone calls and the like. We never had a meeting with the board necessarily to hash it out. It was all done through staff and whatnot. But those questions were asked and answered. They were asked and answered 15 years ago. And I understand their reluctance. I understand the financial position they're in. But like I said, we wouldn't have done an auditorium. In addition to that, we spent about $900,000 a year maintaining it.
Oh yeah,
above and beyond.
Right.
Above and beyond anything that falls under the 50%. So my only pushback would be what Member Berry said, and that is, I think we just leave it in here, but we absolutely need to accelerate coming to a conclusion with school districts.
You were here, and Member Owens was here, and I appreciate the comments. I think somebody's gonna end up paying for this. We're not gonna not do this,
right?
But I think, to be honest, this is my vantage point, we have to give the staff and the team that is dealing with this negotiation as clear in a show of our intent and that we want resolution. If we keep spending the money on this item and then it gets done and gets completed, and now we're all of a sudden we're saying we want to be paid back as opposed to we want to put the dollars in together, it's different. Under this, Darren or the finance team, if we go in and do these COs for these items, we're on the hook for the debt service. Is that correct? Is the reimbursement on debt service part of maintenance and all this other stuff?
That's correct. It would be our debt service.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yes, it's
Correct. Once we sell the debt.
correct. So we're not even getting a true 50-50. We're carrying the note for 15 years on these three items. So it's probably closer to a 55-45 or 60-40, depending on where interest rates go over 15 years, and nobody knows that. I would just say to the body, if we're carrying the note, if we're going to engage the work and we're going to go do that, let's at least give the team that's negotiating it a clear indication of where we are. Who's to say that we can't go put this on there?
And I think you can do that without altering this. I mean, we have to concern ourselves with the facilities assessment and keeping that building operational so that we can continue to charge our members membership fees. If the building's not occupiable because these things go down, then whether or not we're getting 55% or 45% is not helping us in
Ron,
the long run.
I think your comments are warranted, but as a policymaker who has to go and deal with this situation.
And I understand that. I'm saying what you can do is you can give us that message without altering.
Right, but here's the thing, the superintendent hasn't got the message. We talked about this when it came up. We've talked about it subsequently at the staff level. We've talked about it, I think, one other time. And it seems imprudent to go forward until we have a clear, decisive, here's what we're going to do as a team. And so I would like to call the question. I
just wanted to, Mayor, if it's okay. In my brain, if we move forward with this, I guess at the end of the day, if the school district maintains their position, we maintain our position, we can't, see eye to eye. It's going to come down to whether or not, I guess, we are comfortable with bringing legal action against the school district to recover this. Is that not the case, Darren? I mean, other than that, what do we have?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, that's always both parties always have available legal remedies, and so without going into details on that, obviously that would probably be a discussion at using
I think that would be a
government code,
very deep discussion for sure. I mean, if that's
and we could explore that at that time, but after visiting with the school district, I don't think that neither party wants to see that happen. I don't believe so.
Okay.
That's not where people want to go, and I think there's clearly a disagreement right now. The question, generally speaking, when you have disagreements, it's like, where can you find your common ground and find those opportunities to try to reach a common ground and that works for both parties. Clearly, this is more than what they expected. That's what I was told on the phone, that, hey, this is just costing way more than we anticipated it would at the beginning. That's what was shared with me. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's clearly not a legal defense to the contract, but I understand. So now, knowing what the issue is, what can we do to try to resolve that? And that remains to be seen. It was communicated, the city's position has been communicated to them with respect to just a pure legal interpretation and perspective. So they've now communicated with me today, so we're still where we were. Where we go next remains to be seen.
But I guess so. You feel that you, in particular, and I guess staff as a whole, have now a very clear understanding of maybe where we want this to go before we make any of these big spending decisions. We need to have some clarification, and that may be difficult, but it's kind of.
So let me ask that in another way. Staff, what is the timeline to replace the air handling system, the decking, and all that? What would be the timeline? Carrie, do you have that? Robert, do you have that?
So with that, Mayor, Council, we are currently in that design mode right now. So that design mode is probably about 9 to 10 months for that. But then you're looking, it's a large air handler unit. So in the market today, you could be a year potentially for that construction, also with the demo of the other one, and then coordination with the Parks Department with regards to with the natatorium being down, because we will lose that air handling equipment with that. Also, to put caveat and light to that is that the existing air handling unit is on its last leg, and I say that is at the end of its life. It's also an R22 system. So with that, Freon is no longer available to the extent on the market. So anything that's out there is very, very costly to get. And that's another reason to start heading down this path of this change.
With that, you called for the question. I want to respect that and come back. We have a motion and a second to amend, striking out natatorium air handling replacement, natatorium recapitalization project,
And the boiler.
In the rec center.
About 7.5 million.
Boiler. Is the rec center boiler, are they 50/50 in the rec center boiler?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just
I believe so.
Okay, those three, correct? All right.
Yes, Mayor.
So is everybody clear on the motion to amend? All right, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote on the motion to amend.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
No.
He said no.
The motion passes 5-1.
All right. My only question to staff would be, it's not in here. Are we continuing to move forward with design?
The question, Mayor and Council, the question with that is that this is the intent to reimburse, meaning that you're setting up us funding that obligation to reimburse at a later date. So if you take it off the list, then we'll have to come back at a later date with an amended intent to reimburse, basically, so that those projects can be reimbursed when we do bond sales. Otherwise, you're cash funding it.
Yes. We're sitting idle until we figure out an agreement with the school district. Or we decide we're just going to do it.
Correct. And then that may lead into other trying to make these things last longer, these items last longer that may not make it there. And so then that will impact potentially.
So
the facility.
Those costs would be.
Can we put that on the agenda for next month, the next meeting? To revisit this?
I'd like an exec session since we're talking about legal issues.
Right.
If we can do that, an exec session.
Yeah. I'd really like to understand the timing. You know, I mean, I don't really have a warm fuzzy on, you know, whether or not we're going to ever come to an agreement on this. And since it sounds like you've had a lot of conversations surrounding this issue, then, you know, there needs to be a time certain that we come to an agreement.
Yeah, and you know, this is not the first time we've been taken down this road here, and then everybody start backing off when there are expenses coming up in order to do that, and we're left nothing else but holding the bag to pay for it. I mean, I don't know if there's something we need to do on. I mean, you know, can't be all fun and grins. I mean, you know, we got a contract. There's got to be clawbacks put into it. Yeah, of it. We can't be.
Yes,
bill on all of this.
We need to vote on the amended motion now and probably keep it on the intent to reimburse. Staff, let's go ahead and put an exec session on the November 7th. I'll write it up and do it all. We don't need a second for that. We'll go ahead and do that for the 7th. That way we can talk about this freely in exec session. So with that, is there any other questions, comments on the intent to reimburse? On the motion as amended, any other items? And Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote on the amended motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
And I'll also put on there to put this item back on the agenda for November the 7th, that if we come out of exec session, we want to move forward with it, we will. One thing I don't want to do is be caught all of a sudden we're down and we have no design or anything moving forward. So I think that'd be the most prudent thing to do. So with that, that's all of our Yeah, all of our items there, so we'll move to other business. There is none. Mayor, council issues for council discussion, there are none. With that, we will move into executive session under Section 551.074 Personnel Matters, Section 551.074 Personnel Matters, and Section 551.074 Personnel Matters are boards and commissions. We'll have a couple of evaluations in exec sessions and come back out. We will retire at 8:50. Council has returned from executive session at 10:34 p.m. With that, we will move to new business items. Grab here 6 and 7. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a excuse me? Do you have a motion for both of those?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, the annual performance evaluation. I move that we adjust the municipal court judges' compensation as discussed in exec session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
New business item number 7, same thing.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action regarding the annual performance evaluation of the city. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the compensation as discussed in exec session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right, with that, we will move to adjournment at 10:35.
All right, still got time. You don't get that true. That's right. Hey, Kevin, I can always get Marcotte to come back and get on one of them.
Oh, I bet. He wasn't on the council when we did that stuff.